Hi. Hello. How are you guys? Have you been here before? Okay. We're doing a special project today for the artist uh, Clifton Crofford. Mr. Crawford is the man in the gray shirt. If you look up on the big screen, we have some plans. He's doing a public art project, and there's one large glass part that he's hired us to make. See if we can. We'll see if the slide comes up. Okay, let's stop there for a moment. So there's going to be this large acorn sculpture. The pointy part of the acorn is going to be glass, and the shell of the acorn is going to be these cast bronze hands. So he's hired us to make the acorn part. You can see that there's a model over on the table. So it's going to be, the glass part is going to be lit like you see it there. So making things in glass big is hard. And so he's hired our team, which is very talented. And they're making these pointy acorn shells. Glass blowing is a team sport. As you can see, we have a whole bunch of people working on it. We're checking it with the calipers. So this has got to fit into the bronze part of his sculpture. So we have to make it the proper size. There's two ways which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven. That's called the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with torches. When we heat it up with the torches, it allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat it up in the big round oven, it kind of heats it up more generally. We need the heat in a specific place. We use those torches. So just to get you guys started, give you just a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each one of them is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at around 2,100 degrees. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes. Those are called blowpipes, and we dip it into the melted glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. You dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. When it starts to cool and get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Do you guys have any questions? So Ben has 2 pads of just wet newspaper that he's using to shape the glass. Sarah's focusing one of the torches where we want to shape it. She's also heating up the connection between the acorn and the metal rod. So if you just came in, we're working with the artist Clifton Crofford, and he's making a public sculpture, and he needs a big glass part, and we've been hired to make that glass part. The sculpture is a kind of stylized acorn, and this will be the seed part of the acorn. It's an outdoor sculpture, so it needs to be rather large. Can we put up a single picture just of the acorn? See if we're going to, rather than the whole PDF. Okay, so he sort of has it mocked up there on the big screen. And now we're making it in real life. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So once we get it to the shape we want it, we'll take it off the metal rod, we'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We're going to make several of these so that the city that's commissioning this work has some spare glass in case it gets broken. Does anybody have any questions? I have no idea. I'm just a tour guide. They don't tell me about the money. So we're letting that cool down to the point where the glass is hard. It's probably in the neighborhood of 1,000 degrees. You can see one of the glass blowers is putting on some protective clothing. That silver jacket and hood are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. He's got some Kevlar gloves, and he's going to carry the finished glass to our annealing oven. Each day we heat up the annealing oven to 920 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat, and it slowly turns the temperature down overnight. The thicker something is, the longer we take to cool it. For most standard glass objects, we cool it overnight. In order to get this off the metal pole, we're going to use water. We'll drip a little water where we want the glass to break, a sharp tap on the pipe, and off it should come. Notice we'll leave a little extra nub of glass attached to the sculpture. That will be ground off and polished after it's cold. We take it to the annealing oven to be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and our guest artist, Clifton Crofford. We're going to make a bunch of these, so the next one will. So you'll see it, the process from the beginning as we make the next. So over on the far right, we're starting the next one. The tall guy with the dark blue shirt, that's Ben Cobb. He's the head of our glass shop. He's been working with glass for 30 years. Does anybody have any questions? Can we put up the proposal? So if you look up on the big screen, these are all images from the proposal for this public artwork. You can see the acorn with the glass seed and the bronze hands for the cap. Yeah, you can just click through it. So it's going to be in Fort Worth on West Magnolia Avenue. If anybody knows Fort Worth, I don't. So if you look up on the big screen, you can see some of the drawings for this project. So this is going to be a public artwork project. It'll be in the collection of the city of Fort Worth. There you can see the acorn where it'll be installed. Here you can see some details of the bronze hands. They're going to make the cap of the acorn. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Say what? Yes, that's what we were doing. That's how we got that big, pointy dome. That's how it starts. So you just dip the pipe into the molten glass. We blow a little air into the tube, close it up with our thumb, and the heat and pressure expands the air and blows out the first bubble. But each time you dip it in, only a certain amount of glass sticks to the bubble, so we've got to build it up in layers. So it'll be a while before it gets as big as you saw. It won't be as huffing and puffing as you see in the movies. That's usually people blowing into molds. It's sort of a different thing. What? No, I don't know. It's on my. Oh. Eat it. Over on the right, that's Sarah Gilbert, very talented artist. She's one of our main glass blowers here at the museum. She's also quite a talented glass engraver. So she's starting the bubble for the big acorn. The glass that we're working with is clear glass. It has no color. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Now Sarah's shaping the glass. The pad in her hand is just folded up newspaper soaked in water, ordinary newspaper. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Once she gets that bubble shaped up, we're going to let that cool a bit and stiffen before we coat it with more glass. Each time we dip it into the furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather. G-A-T-H-E-R. How are you guys? You guys have any questions? So Sarah's going to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. So now Sarah is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn and doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. So at this point in the process, we're just accumulating enough glass to make the big kind of pointy dome. Want to keep it nice and even. And once we have all the glass we need, then we'll really blow it up and start to shape it. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. There's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces. Those are the ones with the doors closed. Those have the big tanks of molten glass. Those we keep those at about 2100 degrees. The ones with the doors open, those are the glory holes. Those are for warming the glass while we're working, and those run at about 2300 degrees. So Sarah's letting that glass cool and stiffen. We have to let it cool before we add the next layer of molten glass. Can we put up how hot is it? So if you're curious about the different temperatures, the white numbers in white are the Fahrenheit, the numbers in orange are the centigrade. So if you just came in, we're working today for the artist Clifton Crofford. He's from Texas, and he's hired us to make some parts for a public sculpture that he's making in Fort Worth. The sculpture is going to be a stylized acorn, and we're making the seed part of the acorn out of glass. Can we put up the acorn sculpture, the mock-up from the proposal? So you can see that the cap of the acorn will be a bronze casting of these hands, and the glass part, that's the one we're making right now. Often people hire our team for specialty difficult projects.
Sure. Will they gather them? Yeah, they're going to do another one. Got to hold it close. I'm going to eat it.
Make sure the green light is on. Push the button.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Clifton. Thanks for joining us today. I'm honored to be here. This is a big deal for me. And I want to recognize the team. Ben has been gracious enough to work with me on coming up here. This is a pretty big bubble, a lot of glass, and so it takes some real experience. And so I'm grateful for these guys to help me with this project. This is a City of Fort Worth, Texas public art project managed by the Arts Council of Fort Worth, Arts Fort Worth. And it's one of those situations where as an artist you make things and people buy them and you wonder where they go, and you probably can envision that a piece might sit on somebody's dining room table and they'll have parties, and maybe over 20 years, 50 or 100 or maybe even 500 people will see it. So for an artist to get commissioned by the city to do public art, it's a very different story. Your work is seen by hundreds of people a day. So over 20 or 30 years, tens of thousands of people will see this work. So it's a step. It's quite a step. So I'm really honored to have been chosen, selected by the City of Fort Worth's public art project or program. Kevin McGehee is my right-hand man over here. He and Brian Mace are working the doors. They've come with me from Texas. Tara Siegel here is with me as well to help make sure we do this right. And we work at a nonprofit organization in Fort Worth called Seneca Studios. So throughout the slides you might see that, and you'll see it on all of our shirts and stuff. But we do a lot of public programming. We are a public access facility. We rent the studio, and we do a lot of things there, but we only can go to a certain scale, right? The equipment, the physical demands kind of limit how big you can make things, and so that's why we're here, because we can't make this in our studio. This is access at a very different level. Throughout the country, there's other arts organizations. There are lots of glass studios, and access is somewhat limited. So to have a facility like this in your community is really special. And a facility at this scale is impressive and important. So thanks again to Ben and the team for helping me on this project and allowing us access to this really international facility. Anybody have any questions? Peanut Gallery? Anything? Yes, ma'am. We're making a very large bubble, and the bubble will be similar to this one that's lit up down here, right? It's going to be that shape when it's all done, but it will fit into this ring. Okay, so this is the scale. It'll be bigger than that, and it will represent the seed of an acorn, of a large acorn that'll sit on the sidewalk. Okay. And it'll light up, and it'll know you're there. When you walk up and touch it, it will light up. When people congregate around it, it will blink, and it will react to them in new ways. So it's about community, it's about relationships, and it's about environmental triggers and how we support one another and how the relationships help us to reach our potential. The seed is glass, and then the capule, the top part of the acorn, will be bronze. And so here's the teeny tiny version, right? Here's a little bitty one, and it's grown. I made one that's about a third of this scale, and now we're going full scale. The capule is composed of impressions from the community. So I've cast important people in our community, all of my family and friends, and the people in my life that have made everything possible. I've made copies of their hands, and then I've composed all of those hands to create the pattern of the seed. So there's a PowerPoint that we might run that'll help to explain that. And the project is really composed of 3 sculptures. This is the first of the 3, an acorn, and then we'll do a pine cone, and then a magnolia seed pod. And that's also illustrated in the PowerPoint. So getting enough glass is important. This lives on the street, in the public. People will sit on it. Little kids will jump on it. People will hit it with things, I'm sure. So I've challenged the team here to make this as thick as possible. Texas is also very hot. And so right today, I think we are the 3rd hottest city in the world at like 105. So we're also grateful to be here this time of year. And so it'll also, we've had some ridiculous winters, and it's been in the teens for days on end. So this piece is going to go through it from 10 degrees for a few days to 110 degrees for a few weeks every single year. So the thicker the better. So we're getting as much glass on the pipe that they will allow me to get, right? Allow on the pipe. So we're going to go in for one final gather out of the furnace. We can gather and gather and gather out of the furnace, but there's a moment where you can't get out, right? You get enough on the end of the pipe, and you can no longer get out of the furnace without scraping it on the door. So we kind of maximize that amount. And Ben's kind of drawing this bubble out a little taller, a little longer, so that it's not as wide, but we still have enough surface area to get a substantial gather. So you can see it's gotten a little bit longer, but it's staying narrow. So when we get this final gather, we can get as much as possible and still get out of there without it coming out square. This piece of the model of the capule of the acorn is complete, and it's going to the bronze foundry next week. I kind of wanted to wait one moment once I have the glass to make sure everything fits before I send it off for final bronze fabrication, and that will take a couple of months, and then it'll all come together and be assembled and put on the street in October. So October of this year, there's a big arts festival on Magnolia Avenue where our studio is. It's a really serendipitous moment for our community, for our neighborhood, for me as an artist and our team, because our studio is on Magnolia Avenue on the south side of downtown Fort Worth, which is the coolest part of Texas, if you didn't know. It's got a little kind of Austin flavor to it. It's got a little Tacoma flavor to it, to be honest with you. Dallas is a little shiny and glitzy, and we're a little bit more grassroots and a little more bohemian. And so I played my cards a little bit and was selected for a project that is on the street that we are on. So I'm making a piece for the community, in our community, from somebody who is helping to cultivate community. And that's what it's about. It's about cultivating community. It's called The Seeds of a New Season, and it's about community all coming together to kind of plan for the future and make things, make things better and light it up. I think there's some people on YouTube watching me. I want to shout out to the fellas. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I want to shout out to anybody with Seneca Studios that's tuning in and watching. SINACA, the 3 elements that compose the material, silica, sodium, and calcium, are glass, right? A soft glass. If you add a little gold, it turns pink. If you add iron, it turns green. There's a lot of chemistry in what we do. There's a lot of physics in what we do. There's a lot of built-in science. And so inside of these raw-looking glass artists, there's quite a scientific mind, and there's quite an intellectual mind that thinks about so many different things, so many subtleties to make this process possible. It's a lot harder than it looks. If any of you have ever tried, you might agree. And there's lots of places around the world to go and try yourselves. So.
I'll do the utility.
Okay.
And you pay attention to your artwork.
Okay. Cool. I do this regularly.
I know.
So I can kind of keep going.
That's more important. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. We get over there. A hobble. How much the glass will weigh? I'm thinking 40, 50 pounds, but it's plus another 10 or 12 for the pipe, and then that 40, 50 pounds is way out on the end of the pole, so it's like picking up 2 bowling balls with a fishing pole. So it feels a great deal heavier than it weighs on the scale. How do we get the glass on the pole? Can we put up the furnace diagram? So you look at that machine there where the door's closed. Up on the screen, that's what it looks like inside. And inside, there's a big pot of melted glass. Can we put up the honey dipper? So we take the steel pipes and we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. And the little glass sticks to the end of the steel pipe. And if you blow through the steel pipe, it makes a bubble. It's just like blowing soap bubbles, except we use glass instead of soap. Does that make sense to you? So we're taking a big gather. We have a little contraption we call the farm equipment. That's going to help us leverage our big mass of glass out. We try to lift it as little as possible. There's a lot of glass is quite heavy. Glass weighs about 2.5 times as much as water. So you know how heavy a bucket of water is. Double that and then some. Ben's taking the glass over to the pipe cooler. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. It's very important, especially when we're making something big, that we can grab it high up so we have a better leverage. So we're going to shape it in a tool called the block. That tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. That's steam coming off the glass, not smoke. Has anybody got any questions? Coming in, guys. You notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through the steel tube and inflate the glass as the man sitting at the bench will shape it. The man working the glass right now, that's Ben Cobb. He's the head of our glass shop. The man sitting to the left, Nick Davis. The woman wetting the mold, Sarah Gilbert. And the man turning the pipe, Gabe Feenan. So these guys are our core glass blowing team. Yeah. How do we clean the pipes? Glass sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel, so as they cool, the glass just pops off. So you see, we have a, where is it right now? See, we have that big metal can. We just put it in there, and as it cools, the glass cracks and pops off. So Nick, to the left, is blowing as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. For most of the things that we make, it doesn't require a great deal of air power, lung power. But for something this big and this thick, you gotta huff and puff a little. Do you guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the kids' drawings and make it out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for you to keep and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table outside in the lobby. It says Kids Design Glass. And we have drawing materials and entry forms. We have a little video. Can we play Kids Design Glass? We have a little video show you what we've done with some of the kids in the past.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So anybody, kid 12 and under can do a drawing. Once a month we'll pick one and make it out of glass. We hold the glass down at an angle like that. Glass is soft. It'll stretch under its own weight. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 1250 centigrade. So Nick is blowing, Nick to the left. And Ben is shaping it. Does anybody have any questions? It doesn't get does the pipe get hot? It doesn't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. The pipe is very long. It has a great deal of surface area compared to its mass. Also, it's made out of stainless steel, which has a low thermal conductivity. If they do get hot and uncomfortable, we have a gadget over there called the pipe cooler. It's a steel trough. We just lay the pipe in the trough and spray water on it to cool it down. So Ben has 2 pads of wet newspaper. That's what he's using to shape the glass. It's just regular, ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. If you came in a little later, we're making a glass part for a public sculpture by the artist Clifton Crofford. Mr. Crofford is this man in the gray shirt. The sculpture is going to be a stylized acorn. The seed part of the acorn is going to be glass, and it has to be very large. And so Mr. Crofford has commissioned us to make this part of the sculpture. Ben has the newspaper pads. And he's shaping the bubble, making it a little pointier. So it's the front end of an acorn. There's smoke coming off the burning newspaper. They're just blowing it out of the way. So it doesn't go up into the glass blower's eyes. We have 2 ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with the torches. When we heat it up with the torches, it allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat it up in the big round oven, It kind of heats up the whole thing generally. If we need it extra hot in a certain place, we use the torches. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Say what?
You've been answering them in your commentary.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, welcome to Tacoma. What? Earn your booty. Do you guys have any questions? Good. So this is our pipe cooler. We just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down, makes it easier to hold. So in order to get the other end of that bubble open, we're going to have to transfer it from the pipe it's on now to the pipe that Gabe is preparing. That's called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We just saw him cool it off. It doesn't get as hot. People think about a frying pan like in their house. That is like 9 inches long. This is 4.5 feet long. So there's a lot more surface area to dissipate the heat. If you grab that pipe 9 inches up, it would be hot. Yeah, no, it's cool. Big things they're always more theatrical. So we've attached the punty to the bottom of our acorn sculpture. Wait a little bit till that stiffens up enough to bear the weight, and we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Give it a tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the pointy part of the acorn. We're going to open up the opposite side. You guys have any questions? Do you guys have any questions? Glass blower. Simple. So we're making this kind of pointy dome shape for the artist Clifton Crofford. It's going to become part of his public art sculpture. The sculpture is going to be a stylized acorn, and this glass dome will be the seed part of the acorn. And you can see we have a smaller one over on the table. You can see how it's going to be lit up. The top of the acorn, the cap of the acorn, will be cast bronze. We're just making this one large glass part. We're going to make a bunch of them today so that they have spares. This is going to be outdoors. Should it get broken, they'll have some spares to replace it. Normally it's overnight. Let me ask what they're going to do. So we're thinking 28 or 30 hours. Everything that we do has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. If we just made it right now and put it on the table, it would cool too quickly and it would break. That'll be probably a quarter inch when we're done. So we're holding a wooden shield called the egg shield. It's a big wooden paddle with a slit in the middle. And we put the slit over the metal pipe, and it shields the glassblower's arm from the hands from the heat. When we have the door wide open like it is now, that glory hole throws off a lot of heat. So that wooden egg-shaped paddle, that protects the glassblower's hand from the heat. So now we're going to start to widen that opening. We press against the inside of the opening. That tool in Ben's hand is called the parchophy. It's very similar to the jacks, only it has wooden blades instead of steel blades. We're trying to open up the top of that form. We also got to remember to keep the connection between the glass and the metal rod warm. If that connection is allowed to cool too much, it'll crack and the whole thing will fall on the floor. No. No, I mean, anything that's made here will be marked Museum of Glass, but they sell stuff from all over. Hold on one second. Say that again? Why? Because the newspaper, old newspaper is free. It works really well. Why use anything else? Working with glass is like working on a lathe or a pottery wheel. The work spins, and you hold the tools against it as it spins. So we have one torch softening the glass where we want to shape it, and a second torch warming up the connection between the metal rod and the glass itself. Thanks for coming in, guys. There isn't really much of that. I can make stuff up. We just asked the glass blowers, they have to wear cotton clothing. Can't wear polyester because it'll melt. You have to have eyeglasses of some sort and closed-toed shoes. Closed-toed shoes. The real danger in this shop is none of the things that you would imagine. It's not getting cut. It's not getting burned. It's not breathing chemicals. The real danger in this shop is the repetitive motion injuries from the constant turning of the pipe and from that weight being so far out on the end of the pole. There's a lot of stress on their wrists, forearms, elbows. We get little burns like you might if you worked in a kitchen. Most of the burns we get are from the tools, not from the glass itself. One of our glass blowers was asked how often he gets burned, and his reply was, only on payday. We can't forget heating up the punty, the glass around the end of that steel rod. If that glass is allowed to cool too much, and it'll crack, and we'll be totally out of luck. So this part of the sculpture is going to fit into a metal ring. So we have a certain amount of precision we need to meet. You just can't make it, totally loose. So we have our calipers set to the proper width. We're going to check the opening against that metal ring. So that disc that Mr. Clifton was holding up against the glass, that's the metal ring. That has the metal ring that we need to fit. So at this point, we can heat it up and make little adjustments. Does anybody have any questions? Can we put up the acorn sculpture, little miniature model? So this is like a miniature model of it, but so we're making the glass seed part, and the cap of the acorn will be cast in bronze. The artist for this project is Clifton Crofford. He's the man in the gray shirt at the center of the workshop. He's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team to fabricate these large glass pieces for his sculpture. Experience? You have to guesstimate it. Yeah. But these guys are pretty experienced, so they can judge it. Also, we made one earlier, so after you make one, you say, oh, that was too much, that was too little. Almost everything that's made by hand is labor intensive. If you had to make that shirt that you're wearing, you had to weave the cloth, cut the pattern out. It'd be a while. We're getting close to being done. The reason I know that is I look over to the far right, and I see one of the glass blowers putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we were just to make this and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So we'll put it in our annealing oven. We'll turn the temperature down very slowly, and probably over a day or so. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir. Hardly at all. If we measure something cold, like we have the ring there and we're fitting it to the glass, it'll still fit when it's cold. It does, it's a little, it shrinks a tiny, tiny bit, but very little. So one of the glass blowers is suited up in a Kevlar jacket and Kevlar gloves. When he grabs that piece of glass, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. We'll take it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly over a day or so. We'll put some water on the joint between the metal rod and the glass piece itself. Give it a tap. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and Clifton Crofford.
the sister to this is inside there. So they come, they fit.
We made them already.
Yeah.
Why don't we make it flap first, and then half the back to the metal?
That's a recurring thing.
Panels around the elevator. So we're going to make one more before lunch. The glass blowers is taking a quick break. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
We're making all these big kind of dome shapes for this artist's sculpture, and so we're making, we're gonna make them all day, and then he'll have some spares. What? No, no. Usually, just when they, it's gonna be. I'm old. So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some images from the presentation that Mr. Clifton Crofford made for this public art sculpture. So it's going to be called Seeds of the New Season. It's going to have 3 sections. There's going to be the pine cone, the magnolia, and the acorn. The acorn is the part that we're working on today. Can we stop here for a second? So the pointy part, you'll see the pointy part, the seed of the acorn, that's what we're making out of glass. The hands that you see that form the cap of the acorn, those are going to be cast in bronze. So the part that he's hired us to do is to make that the seed of the acorn. It's going to be rather large as glass goes. And Sarah's starting it over on the left. The glass that we're working with is clear glass. It has no color. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you've ever looked inside a toaster, when the toaster's hot, the wires glow orange. You look at an electric stove, when the burners are hot, they glow orange. When the glass is hot, it glows orange as well. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? Oh, do you know that she junked that it had some impurities in it, so. Yeah. Good, good. We're going to be making more of these. He's hired, Mr. Crofford has hired our team for the whole day. We're just going to keep making them till the day's over. What? Huge. Yes, that's one of the acorns. It's the seed of the acorn. The top of the acorn is going to be cast in bronze. Our team is particularly good at making large things, so he's hired us to make that part of the sculpture. One. Yes. What skills do you have? I mean, I'm not sure how I would answer that. You got to be able to pay attention. Well, you've got to blow glass a little bit yourself, so that you're familiar. You're not scared of the heat. You're familiar with it. We get kids. We get a lot of interns from either college glass programs or from the local high school program here in Tacoma. And so those kids have a glass blowing studio at their high school, in the public schools no less. And so some of them come here and intern here. It's not the whole glass blowing training thing is not a formal thing. It's more like learning to play music than it is like being a lawyer. Being a lawyer is very, well, I mean, it's a very it's very, what's the word for it? It's very prescribed path. You go to college, you go to law school, you take the bar, you know. It isn't like that in glassblowing. Some people learn at the public schools. Some people learn entirely at work, never go to school at all. So it's much looser. That's water. And the rag is just folded up newspaper. Folded up newspaper. Can we put up the newspaper photo? Oh, no, we can't right now. Yeah, it's just ordinary newspaper folded up a bunch of times and kept wet. As long as it's wet, the tool it doesn't burn too much and it doesn't leave any marks on the glass as we shape it. Yes, we make things that with colored glass, but we're not making them today. Yes. Well, they say from the little acorn, the mighty oak grows. Yeah. So you can't just dip in there and get all your glass at once. You have to build it up in layers. So we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, dip it in again, until we have all the glass we need to make whatever we're making. Right now? Oh, the big one? I'm guessing they're around 40 pounds, maybe 45. No, quarter inch maybe. No. If you make it bigger, it weighs more. We are adding glass. That's how you make it bigger. See, Sarah's going over to the furnace. Behind that door, there's a big tank of melted glass. And she coated it. And now she has a new fresh layer of hot glass on top of that. It's natural gas and forced air. Nope. It's natural gas and forced air. So Sarah's now shaping the glass with a tool called the block. It's a little scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Yeah, it's like basically you're sitting inside a giant chimney. So right now, Sarah's letting her bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to coat it with more molten glass. Each time we dip it in the big furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather, Gather. But in between the gathers, we have to let that bubble cool and stiffen so it doesn't collapse when we immerse it in the big tank of hot glass. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? Nope. Yes. Yeah, she's going to put more glass around it. So in behind that door, oh, she's going to the other furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. She's going to dip it in the glass in the furnace. Has a consistency of honey. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. Watch when she comes out. What? That is heat, yep. Cater to the glass industry. Sure. They're usually small makers. Yeah, I would occasionally make a some Sarah's going over to the pipe cooler. We lay the pipe in that steel trough. We spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Oh, paddles, I would say 9 months, a year. It also depends on how you use them. But, Almost all the wood tools have to be replaced eventually. So Sarah's heating up the glass in the glory hole. The glory hole is the round furnace with the door open. There's no glass inside there. It's just a big brick barrel with a gas burner in the side. And it's just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So Ben is shaping the glass with the block. The block is that scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. Generally, we use fruit woods, cherry, pear, apple, because the wood of the fruit trees is usually dense, so it burns slowly, and it has very little resin, so it doesn't smoke. So right now, they're just hanging out, letting the glass cool and stiffen before we give it another coating. If you're very observant, you'll notice that the orange color of the glass is starting to fade. The orange color is the glow from the heat. The longer we keep it out, the cooler it gets, the less orangey it's going to look. So if you came in a little later, we're making a section of Clifton Crawford's sculpture. He's hired us to make this part of his sculpture. It's going to be a stylized acorn, and this glass part that we're making is going to be the seed of the acorn. Can we put up the acorn photo? So if you look on the big screen, we have a little miniature version. We're making the glass part. Ben's coming out. He's going to drip off excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. You can see as it drips off the end how fluid the molten glass really is. It's almost exactly like honey. He's taken the pipe over to the pipe cooler. It's just the pipe cooler is just a metal trough where we can spray water on the metal pipe to cool it down and make it easier to hold. Does anybody have any questions? There's two kinds of furnaces. The one with the doors closed, that's where the glass is. So if you want to get glass, you have to go in there. If you just want to heat up the glass you have, then you go to the round open door one, the glory hole. So there are two different machines that have different functions. Well, if he's going to get glass, he goes to the glass furnace. If he's going to just warm that up so he can shape it, then he goes to the glory hole. There's a tank. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? We have a picture. So that's what the furnace looks like inside. There's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So that one over there, that's what it looks like inside. It's just a brick barrel with a gas burner in the side, no glass, just a place to heat it up and soften it so you can shape it. So if you came in a little later, we're making a glass part for Mr. Clifton Crofford. He's making a sculpture, a public sculpture for the city of Fort Worth. The sculpture is going to be sort of a kind of stylized acorn. And the seed part of the acorn will be glass, and the cap of the acorn will be cast bronze. So he's hired us to make the seed part of the acorn. The bigger and heavier you make glass, the sort of difficulty goes up exponentially. The glass that he's working with is way out on the end of that pipe, so it's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. Leverage is all wrong. Everything feels a great deal heavier than it actually is on a scale. Glass is also particularly heavy. Glass weighs 2.5 times as much as water. So you know how heavy a bucket of water is, double that and then some. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. You can't get it all at once. No. Think it's like the glass has a consistency of honey. It's like dipping into a jar of honey. If you dip in, no matter how much you turn it or wiggle it, there's only a limited amount that you're going to get to stick. each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather. And between each gather, we have to let the bubble cool and stiffen. If we go in there when it's too hot, the bubble will collapse and the whole thing will be messed up. We've got to exercise a little bit of patience gathering the glass for a large piece. Do you guys have any questions? What? Okay.
The glass in the furnaces that's waiting to be, you just keep that 24 hours hot?
Yep. You know, we can turn it down overnight. Doesn't have to be super hot. But we can't turn it off entirely, otherwise it would solidify. We couldn't work the next day. Not practically. Theoretically, yes. Practically, no. You just keep the glass that's wrapped around the end of the pipe warm so it doesn't crack. If it gets too cold, it starts to shrink and it'll crack. It tries to contract around that metal pole and it'll break it. So you've taken the pipe over to the pipe cooler. They're spraying water on the metal pipe, so it cool it down, make it easier to hold. So now we're going to take a big gather. This is what we call gathering on a post, where we've made a little narrow neck in the top, and we're not going to cover the whole thing. We're just going to cover it over to that narrow neck. And this way, with the cold bubble on the inside, it'll make it a little more stable, allow us to gather and have a little more control over the big mass of glass. Artist is the guy in the gray shirt, Clifton Crofford. So this whole sculpture is his design, and he's hired our team to make this part of the sculpture. What? Not this part of the work, no. He's hiring us to do this part of the work. What? You've never seen what? The teamwork. Oh, this is the way glass is blown all the time. Yeah, not very often. Sometimes. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, no, I'm very familiar with Hamlet. I've taught there several times. As well. Can we put up the acorn photo? So look at on the bottom, the pointy part of the acorn. It'll be like that, only 10 times as big. So the cap of the acorn will be cast bronze hands, and the bottom of the acorn will be clear. It'll be lit up like that on the table. Yeah, could we roll the presentation? I just get. So Mr. Crofford works at a nonprofit public access studio called Sinaka. It's in Fort Worth. And the work we're making is for his commission. He's hired us to do this one part of his commission. Up on the big screen, we have pages from his presentation to get this commission. So there'll be 3 sculptures. There'll be the acorn, there'll be the magnolia seed, and the pine cone. The part that we're making today is the glass part for the pine cone. So now we're blowing this thing up to its full size and shape. When we blow fire on it, that makes that part softer, hotter and softer. When we blow air on it, that makes that part cooler and stiffer. So if we blow, the part that we heated up will expand more than the part that we blew air on. So we can control, to some extent, how it blows out by either heating it or cooling it in certain areas. So Ben is shaping the glass. Ben is the man sitting at the workbench. He's shaping it with a pad of graphite cloth. Graphite is a high temperature material. So Ben's shaping the glass. We're making a slight point on the bottom of that bubble because this is going to be like the seed of an acorn. How are they going to what? It's going to be that contraption over there. It has a metal ring. And they'll probably line it with rubber or something and stick it in there. Maybe some set screws. No. Mechanically. It'll be attached mechanically, not because that's metal, not glass. Yeah. So it's sort of like a light fixture. The glass fits into a light fixture. So Ben is shaping it. Nick and Gabe are turning pole, we call it, turning the pipe. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the pipe it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the pointy end while we open up the opposite end. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. I'm guessing. I'd say quarter inch. But I'm only guessing at this point. I don't know. So we're going to transfer this glass piece from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Gabe on the right is making the punty. He's coating the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass. That'll make it sticky, and we'll use that as a temporary handle to hold the bubble from the pointy part while we shape the open part. We stick the punty onto the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We'll have to wait a little bit till that bond stiffens up enough to bear the weight. When they feel that it's stiff enough, then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip some water where we want the glass to break. The water will crack the glass, and just a sharp tap should release it. Off it comes. Make sure that's stable. And we'll heat it up again and open the opposite end. We click through the presentation, the PDF. So today we're working for Clifton Crofford, a Texas artist, and we're helping him make a piece called Seeds of the New Season. It's going to have 3 parts to it. It's going to have the magnolia seed, the pine cone, and the acorn. Can we stop here for a minute? So we're working on the acorn. He wants the acorn, the seed of the acorn, to be made out of glass. And so that's the part we're making right now. So the cap of the acorn will be cast bronze, and it'll be sort of like a conglomeration of hands. Yeah, can we stop for a second? That'll be the texture for the top of the acorn, but the seed of the acorn will be made out of glass, and that's what we're making right now. So this is part of a public art installation that'll be in Fort Worth, and I think he's hoping to install it in October. We have a very skilled team of glassblowers here at the museum. Each of them has over 20 years' experience making glass, and we're often called upon to make custom objects for other artists. And today we're making these for Mr. Crofford. So we're going to open that up a little bit, make the opening wider. We press against the inside of the opening. And we spin it. So Ben is pressing against the inside. The tool in his hand is called the parchophy. It's similar to the jacks, only it has wooden blades instead of metal blades. His assistants are holding wooden paddles in front of his hands to shield him from the heat. When you have a big piece of glass like that, it gives off a lot of heat. As we widen that opening, one of the glass blowers holds a wooden paddle across the front to make sure it's nice and straight. So we're checking the acorn against the metal fitting that it's got to fit into in the sculpture. We're still at the point where we can make some adjustments if it's a little too wide or a little too narrow. You guys know about our contest for kids? It's called Kids Design Glass. That's 12 and under. Do a drawing once a month. On a drawing. Just stand the yoke and torch it up. Make 2 copies, one for you to keep and one for your neighbor collection. I don't know how old these guys are. Well, eligible. Your information right here. So there's a table out in the lobby, drawing material, and entry forms. If you want to do the drawing today, you just go there and do the drawing. If you don't want to do it today, we have an entry form, take it home, do the drawing and mail it in. Well, only if you win the contest.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, we'll call you up if you win. Sit down and watch us make it. And yeah, we'll make 2. One for the museum and one for the Oh yeah, thanks. If you guys go out now, you go across the lobby, and there's a hallway that goes out towards the bathroom. Those are all kids like this that did a drawing and won the contest. Just like the drawing. You'll be amazed. So we're almost done. The reason I know that is I see one of the glass blowers has put on a silver jacket. That jacket is made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant material. He's going to carry the finished acorn over to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we just made this and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break.
Probably one more. We'll take a look at it. Just slide that torch just so I can reach it. Just right about here.
So once again, we're going to use water to break the glass away from the metal pipe. We'll drip some water at the joint between the metal rod and the acorn itself. The water will crack that joint, And just one good sharp tap, and off it should come. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and for our guest artist, Clifton Crofford. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer them. So we'll be making more of these acorns, just to let you know that's what's on the program for this afternoon.
Curious about, you said that the head of the acorn and the cap is actually bronze.
Yeah.
Is that molded beforehand and then attached somehow, or molded around? How exactly?
We're going to bolt the metal ring there.
Right.
The glass parts will go into that ring, and the bronze casting is going to be bolted to that ring as well.
Oh, so it's actually bolted to the ring and then it just sort of wraps around.
Yeah.
Because they can't physically sculpt that bronze or shape that bronze while it's on the glass. I assume it's too hot.
Yeah, well, they're going to just make them two separate pieces.
Right.
And they'll join them mechanically when it's all cold.
Got it. And very carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that you're gonna pass by Anthem. Anthem's a coffee joint. They have like sandwiches and shit in there. If you guys cross the street, you'll see Sam Joy's over there. I think there's Seeds Pizza and stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna run up take an hour and I'll be back. But if you guys walk out the front door, it'll be easiest because then you just walk around the corner and it's pretty fast. Cool. Great. All right. See you back in a little bit. Yeah. Thanks so much.
But they, you know,
So, hi, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're working with an artist, Clifton Crofford, and he's commissioned us to make. Where is he? There he is. He's commissioned us to make some parts for a sculpture he's doing, and I'm going to turn the mic over to him, and he'll tell you about his project.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Hi, everybody. My name is Clifton. Everybody say hi, Cliff. Hey, now we're friends. Yeah, all right. I want to thank the team. This is a great and incredible place to come work, and Sarah is on the pike, Sarah Gilbert, and she's getting this piece started. And Gabe, who you'll see on the pipe throughout this process, Ben, who's here, and then I have Tara Siegel, Brian Mace, and Kevin McGeehee are here from Texas with me. We four are from Fort Worth, Texas, and I'm honored to have been selected by the City of Fort Worth's Public Art Program to make 3 sculptures for a really great street in our neighborhood, actually. So I'm making a public art project called The Seeds of a New Season. It's about community, it's about growth, it's about paying attention and really kind of taking that inspiration from nature. You know, it's about growth and it's about a seed. Oh, Chris can put pictures up? Okay, thanks, Chris. Yeah, if you want to start at the beginning of that PowerPoint, I'll try to keep up with it. But the project consists of an acorn, a pine cone, and a magnolia seed pod. We are on Magnolia Avenue. Kevin, Brian, and Tatara and I all work at a place called Seneca Studios, a nonprofit school that's about community. It's about inspiring people. We do a lot of programming in the arts. We do programming in education. We do programming in health and wellness. And so the City of Fort Worth's Public Art Program selected me in 2019 to do a sculpture for Magnolia Avenue, which is where our studio is. So it's really a great place. You can see our little glass station. It's from the 1890s. It's a really cool old gas station that we converted into the glass studio. So we do programming in glass blowing, flame-worked glass, and kiln-formed glass. So we have a studio very much like this. It's just smaller. The equipment is smaller, and the capacity to make large things is smaller. That's part of why we're here. We do a lot of community events. We do a lot of stuff throughout the year. It's a really wonderful place, wonderful neighborhood. And then as a nonprofit, we do outreach programming with the community. We do stuff with homeless kids, domestic abuse survivors, veterans, all kinds of people to just help elevate their futures through glassmaking. So I really want to thank the team for coming with me. Kevin and Tatara and Brian came up here with me. And it's an honor to work in a facility of this magnitude. There's not a whole lot of access for glassmaking throughout the country, and to have access to this kind of a team and this kind of facility is very special. So I want to thank Ben and Gabe again for their work today. Appreciate you guys very much. And the museum for allowing us to have access to this, to help make this. So the project consists of a magnolia seed pod. We're on Magnolia Avenue, and this magnolia seed pod it's a fruit. It's a very interesting, kind of alien-looking thing. If you've ever seen a magnolia tree, they produce a very big flower that's kind of delicate. It's a little chaotic at times. And then in the middle of it, this fruit grows, and there's these bright red seeds. Throughout the summer, the fruit kind of dries up and dehydrates, and these bright crimson red seeds come out. And so the sculptures that I'm making are half bronze and half glass. The magnolia will be bronze, and then these seeds that will be emerging will be glass castings of community members, of people's hands, of people cultivating and holding on to ideas and nurturing the future of our community. So the magnolia seed pod, the acorn, and then the pine cone. The pine cone is the original tree. The original plant millions of years ago was a cone-bearing plant, the conifer. It's really evolved into all different plants. And that seed there's a lot of seeds. When a pine cone dries up through the summer and emerges, the wind blows, and a lot of seeds kind of are spread. The pine cone, the pine tree really only needs the wind. You know, it doesn't really need much else. The wind pollinates a pine tree, it spreads its seed, so it doesn't need much else. But other environmental triggers are important in all these plants, and the pine cone oftentimes will need a fire to help clear the undergrowth and to dry out the cones. So sometimes things need to be burned down so that they have the potential for growth. It's an interesting metaphor to what we've been through in the last several years, but some other plants need consumption. The magnolia seed pod, that seed won't grow unless it's consumed by another organism. The magnolia seed will fall and not have a chance, but if it's eaten by a bird and the bird digests the meat off the surface when it passes the seed, that seed has much more potential. So there's a metaphor within all of this about how we need one another, how we need sometimes challenge, and how that can foster potential and growth. And so for me personally, this whole project was that trigger for me. I've been working with a bunch of great people, and we've been producing awesome programming in our community and introducing glass art to a lot of people, similar to the way the museum does here. But I was not making my own work. I was not really trying to be an artist. And so when this opportunity came in front of me, it was kind of that environmental moment, that trigger that helped to kind of push me forward. I had all these ideas, right? The seed was mature inside, but it was just needing new relationships to take the next step. So that's a little bit about it. The acorn consists of half bronze and glass. The bronze part of it is community members. I have all my friends and family and important people in our community. I've cast copies of their hands, and composed the capsule of the seed of all the different people in our community, all working to cultivate the future. Goes on Magnolia Avenue. You can see it's going to sit right on the sidewalk. It was funny, whenever I proposed this to the city, no one asked, how are you going to keep it from breaking? So we'll just kind of go with it, and if it breaks, we'll repair it, right? So that's part of why we're here, you know. It's really challenging to ask a glass artist to make something that's within certain parameters, to say, hey, make me this exactly, right? Just like this. It's very hard. So when I was working with Ben to schedule this, he said, you know, Cliff, you should have probably made all the glass first and then make the bronze afterwards. So today I brought with me a little form that we are trying to fit these into, and that's nerve-wracking to try to make something because we don't have but a window of opportunity here, and so the glass needs to fit into there. There's a smaller version here on the table that's glowing, and it fits into the seed. We made that in our studio, and the one we're going to make in the next 45, 50 minutes that Sarah is starting over there will fit into that, and we've been quite successful today. So these guys are real pros, and we have 3 that are already in the box, and the last 2 look really, really good. I'm very thrilled. I'm very excited that we got there. Here's a little maquette. That's my daughter's hand, so you can see that it's half bronze and partially glass, and that scales up. The magnolia seed and the pine cone, the glass components will be smaller, so I'll be able to make all those pieces in Fort Worth. And you can see a detail of the kind of realism that I'm getting when blowing bubbles into these molds to make the components that will be seeds that emerge from the pine cone and the magnolia. Here's a little street view of our community, Magnolia Avenue, and the stars are where the 3 sculptures are going to go. The one in the middle is the acorn. And this is the first neighborhood in Fort Worth. The late 1800s, the city grew, and the Fairmount neighborhood, which is the largest bungalow community in the country, and it's where I live, and it was the first neighborhood, really. And the neighborhood slowly grew in the early 1900s from south of downtown. Here's some architectural renderings that kind of show the components that are on the street, little cross-section. The foundations are already poured, the electricals run, so now it's just a matter of getting the sculptures to the bronze foundry and installing them. It's a big deal for an artist to put things in the public world. You know, if you think about making something as an artist, you make a sculpture and you sell it to somebody and it goes to their house and it sits on their dining room table, and over the next 15 years, maybe a couple hundred people come to visit and eat and see this thing and maybe get to appreciate it. But when you make a public piece and you put it on the sidewalk, a couple hundred people will see it in a day, especially in a community like this where the traffic is really high. So it's a big deal to put your name on it, and it's a big deal for the city to invest in it. So it's a long time coming, and it's very humbling and exciting to be a part of. As you can see, the piece that's over here, the small one, is glowing, and in that past picture, you can see some of the technology. And I thought it would be relevant today to include some of the things that we are already kind of experiencing. And so there's some interactive components to it. It'll know when people walk up. It'll know if you touch it. There's some kind of capacitance sensors that will kind of change the way that it reacts when people touch it. I might put a little sound sensor in there, so it might, respond to a little bit of the sound from the community. But it'll light up, and it'll kind of know what day it is, and it'll glow. And the core of that one there, you can see it's kind of frosted, and so all these pieces will end up sandblasted, so it'll carry the light and it'll kind of glow. I'm not trying to put on like a concert and crazy flashing lights that are going to give people headaches. It's going to be subtle. This one's pretty intense over here right now, but ultimately it'll be pretty subtle. I don't think it's a good idea to make a big strobe flashing thing. And the symbol of a hand is our ultimate symbol of humanity. This is the symbol that we have all come to know that makes us unique. And historically, everyone's made their mark from time to time, and sometimes it is literally a handprint. So that's part of the inspiration, and part of the composition was to use people's hands, the symbol that sets us apart. So I'm thrilled to be here, and thank you guys for listening to me chatter on. But if you have any questions, feel free. Shoot me a question, and I'll answer it. I'm pretty smart. I might make it up, but yes, ma'am. The furnaces, well, that's a great question. The furnace, there's two furnaces, and they're kind of round. You can see one on either side. And those are running at 2,140 degrees is what they're telling me, 2,140 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we're going to be pulling the glass out of there. You can see Sarah's got a bubble. She's got a nice gather of glass. And think of it like a bowl of honey, right? If you stick your finger in a bowl of honey, you can't get a pound. You can't even get like a quarter cup because it's so gooey and it drips off. But if you can kind of keep that balanced on your finger and cool it down and freeze it so it stops moving, you can dip that again and get a second layer and get more. And so we can't go into the furnace and just get it all in one shot. We have to put it on in layers. So she's let that cool down. You can see it's still glowing, and this piece will be all clear glass, and that's what we melt in the furnaces. And so she's going to let this cool off, and she's going to go back to the furnace and get an additional gather. And we're going to keep doing that, and I've challenged these guys to get as much glass out of there and onto the pipe as possible because I want this thick, right? It's got to live on the sidewalk. People are going to sit on it. A lot of people are going to sit on this thing. I'm sure of it. People are going to probably jump on it. So I want it to be as durable as possible. And it's 110 degrees in Fort Worth today. And in February, it was 19 degrees. For 2 days straight, it was like under freezing, which is rare for us. So it's going to have to endure a lot. It hails. We had softball-sized hail there last month. So this thing is probably not going to make it a couple of years, I'll be honest with you. But that's the city's problem. Hopefully they're not watching. So you can see Sarah's been into the furnace, and she's gathered that new layer of clear glass on top of what she already has. There's a lot of metal tools in here. We use a lot of wooden tools. We use paper tools. And so that block of wood has been carved into this shape. It's made from cherry wood, and they're going to use that to help shape it and to kind of balance it out. The surface is really hot and gooey right now. The core is kind of solid, so it's not moving as much. So in this moment, they have a chance to kind of distribute this new layer evenly around what they already have before the bubble gets to moving around so that we can keep things very balanced. Sarah has very smooth, slow hands. You can see she's turning that perfectly even. And then Ben, with the long Ben arms, is going to get after it and drop it in there and shape it up. So how hot are the ovens is still the question I'm trying to answer, right? The furnace is at 2,130 degrees, and then you can see now this hole that we're about to go in and out of and in and out of and in and out of for quite a while. And we're going to slowly blow this bubble bigger and shape it and turn it into the form that we're shooting for today. That one's probably a little hotter, maybe 2,175 or 2,200 degrees. The pipe does get hot, right? You can see we're carrying it around, and it's steel. It's stainless steel, so it's a poor conductor. It doesn't really pull the heat all the way up as far as you might imagine, but certainly the pipe's getting hot. So that's where they are now. Ben's rolling it, and there's this little pump, and it's putting like a bath underneath the pipe. And so the pipe is cooling off dramatically right now. so that we're able to get closer to it? That's a good question. How much does it weigh? Well, if you have something, let's just say it weighs 20 pounds, and you hold it in your hand, it feels like 20 pounds. And that's what we know because we carry things in our hand. But if you put it on a 1-foot stick and then you hold it, it doubles. So 20 pounds feels like 40 pounds. And then another foot away, that 40 feels like 80. And another foot away, that 80 feels like 160. So 20 pounds can feel like 180 if you're not getting close to it. And that's why we cool the pipe, so we can get our leading hand far enough up there to pick it up. Because when you have that leading hand up there, you have to push down with your other hand. So it makes, you're pushing down on yourself so that you can keep it balanced and keep it even. So there's lots of ways to get the glass out of the furnace, and you saw those were just general full gathers where we can gather it out of the furnace. You can also scoop it out of there with ladles and pour it onto things. And there's a couple of different approaches to gathering. And so what they're going to do, we refer to as a post gather. At some point, we got to get this off the pipe, right? We have to make this piece, and we have to get it off the pipe down the road. And so we have to put a place, a defining area where we plan to break it, where we plan to break it free of the pipe. We call that the neckline. So where we put this crisp line is where we will eventually break it. And so they're going to put that line in, and then they're going to gather one more time after that. So it's called a post gather because we gather the final amount of material after we put that line in there. The more material you get, the harder it is to put that line in. So that's why they do that. When we do decide to break it free of the pipe, so we can continue to work on it, we attach it to a new pipe. So Gabe over here has some glass on the end of a pipe, and this is a solid pipe. It's not hollow. The one they're working with over here is hollow, so we can blow through it, and we can add air, and we can increase the scale and the size of that bubble. Oftentimes, we need to add a little heat. We use torches. That's a propane torch. We call that the fluffy torch. You can see it kind of has a fluffy flame. And there is also a hot torch that runs on pure oxygen and propane that's much hotter. We'll probably use that a little bit towards the end. But that line where Ben is squeezing down on that bubble with what we refer to as the jacks is where we will break it when the time comes. So this is the line that defines what we get to keep and what we're leaving on the pipe. And there we will do one additional gather on top of what we already have. You can see it's a team event, right? It takes all of us. It's about community. The glass community really embraces that, so we're really open to share and to invite one another to each other's studios to work together because we know we can do so much more together, and that reflects back to my project and the concept, the narrative behind the Seeds of a New Season, because we work together constantly in this process. It's a lot of fun. It's real intense. And there's a lot to think about. There's a whole bunch of subtle factors that we're constantly evaluating and adjusting to throughout this process. And so within the minds of all these people who are in here working together, we're all evaluating this thing. We're all making subtle changes in the angle that we are, rolling the pipe, how quickly we roll it, how hard we push on it. It changes it, And this team is incredibly experienced. Between Sarah and Gabe, and this is Nick and Ben. And when I was working with Ben to coordinate today, I was like, so when I get there, I'll be excited to work with the team and to help to coordinate the piece, and how you feel about that? Are you comfortable with me running the team? And he's like, nope, my team, my studio, and you're welcome to come here, but I'll be making this thing for you, right? And I'm so grateful for that honesty, right? Because I could be on this pipe right now, but I doubt we would have 3 in the box, and this one might be, a struggle. But Ben has taken ownership, and he's leading all of us, including myself, to make this thing possible. And I value that, and I'm grateful for him and his leadership in here today. And for the experience of this team, it's an honor, it really is an honor to work with these guys. Did I answer the question about how hot the furnace was? Yeah, any other questions? You said something. You were going to ask something. Did you forget? I'm making a very large bubble. It will ultimately look like a cup. It'll look like a wine cup. But it is the top of an acorn. It looked like that glass piece that's right there. Yeah, they could pull up a picture. So if you watch the big screen, they'll probably go through. Oh yeah, Gabe's going to get us some music. So what he has here is we refer to as the punty. This is the connection we're going to make when we get ready to break it free. He's gathered a little glass on here, and they're going to make a connection down the road. He's getting this started early, and he'll do one additional gather as we get close and decide to make that connection and break it free of the pipe. Yeah, Chris, would you put up the photo of the acorn? Put up the 3 photos where I'm working on the model of the hands, and I think my daughter's in that shot, helping me to carve on it a little bit last week. Oh, he stepped out. Okay, we'll put some more pictures up as we go through this process. We're probably, Ben, are we down to make 2 more of these? This one and 1 more? We down to make 2 more of these, this one and 1 more? That's the plan? So we're going to make 2 more of these. Like I said, it might break. It might break with me just taking it home. So I need more than 1 because this is my one chance to come to Tacoma and to make this thing here with you guys. Any other questions? I can't hear. The color, when this process, you can add color in lots of ways. The furnace is all clear, but when you walk through the museum and when you see all the glass pieces, you see all these incredible colors. You can add it early in the process when the bubble is very small. You can put bits of color on the table and stick it to it, and then you can gather over it. You can dust the table or the glass with powdered glass. There's so many ways. People have been doing this at an elite level for hundreds of years. Some of the most amazing things were made way back in the 1200s, the 1100s, the late 1100s, some of the most exquisite things. So there's a lot of techniques, and there's been a lot of different ways in different cultures all around the world where they've applied color in different ways, and we can look at that and learn from that and build on that. So lots of different ways. But in a very fundamentally straightforward way, you could take a chunk of black glass and pick it up on the end of the pipe, right, and get it hot and melt it into a ball and put a bubble in it, and then gather clear glass around it many times. And as far as you stretch that black bubble, the clear glass will go with it. So sometimes when you look in the galleries and when you look at the glass that you see, it's like 90% clear glass with a thin layer of colored glass in there somewhere. So they're letting this cool down to get one last gather. This is the post gather, the gather that happens after they've defined that line. And this is big to go back into the furnace and get more glass on. So it's really heavy, it's hard to do. And so we're gonna use this interesting contraption over here. They call it the gadget. And I've never seen or used one before. There's only a few in the country, but this really helps to create the leverage to get the glass and get it out of the furnace when it's this scale. This is a lot of glass. This is gonna be a very big bubble. In the grand scheme of things, one of the larger bubbles that they've made in here. Question? Somebody said me. Yeah. For this to be finished, and when we're done with it, we must put it away into that oven. Right? It all has to cool off slowly. So when we're finished with this big bubble, we're going to put it into that oven, and it'll cool off all the way till Monday. All night, all day Sunday, and all day probably into Monday before I open the doors to take it out. Right? It takes a while to cool off. It will go into that box, I will say, what time is it? Let's see here. It's 2:41. I'm going to say about 35 minutes. 40 minutes, which is fast. They're not going to mess around. Once you get it hot and you have it balanced, you just go. And you need to go and control it and stretch it and blow it. So it's going to happen pretty quickly and in a pretty dramatic way. I'm going to set it my GoPro and hand the mic back to you.
So over on the far right, Ben, tall guy, is cooling off the pipe. He's got the steel pipe in a trough called the pipe cooler. We just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down, makes it easier to hold. So now we're going back to the furnace. We're going to get more glass. We have that big Rube Goldberg contraption. We call it the farm equipment. And that's going to help us. What? That's going to help us get a big gather of glass. So at this point, when the glass is thick and gooey, if we see any bubbles or debris in the glass, we can yank it out, snip it off, and then round that mass out again. So anything that's in there that we don't want in there, right now he's grabbing it, snipping it off, and then we'll just round that thing out again. Yes, sir. How much time is it going to take to complete the whole sculpture? I'm not exactly sure, but Clifton told me that they want to install it in October. So they're going to be, yes. There's going to be parts that are cast in bronze. There's going to be metal fittings to attach it to the sidewalk. There's a lot of different parts. But they're hoping to have it done by October. All the glasses being blown here? No. There's going to be a bunch of small glass parts in some of the sculptures, and Mr. Clifford, Mr. Crofford, I don't know why I say Clifford, Mr. Crofford is going to make those at his own studio. He came particularly here to make this big shell that's a little bit too big for his own studio. But there's the small part here. I mean, he's a glass blower. They're all glass blowers. He came for a special thing, and then he's going to make the rest of the parts at his own studio in Fort Worth, Texas. So Sarah's attached another pipe there. And it's to give us something to hang on to so we can yank something out of there. So they're inspecting it, make sure there's no weird bubbles or debris in there. When they're satisfied it's clean, then we'll continue with the process. We're pulling a bubble out, then when we melt it again, there's no problem. If there's a little chunk of the furnace interior in there, then we don't want to. How are you? guy sitting to the left of the bench, he's the guy that's going to be blowing. He's
Okay.
going to blow as the man sitting at the bench shapes it.
That is really cool. Now, when they're all done with it being on the pipe, how do they get it up without breaking?
We made a notch in it
Uh-huh.
early, and then we're going to drip water into that notch. The water cracks the glass, tap on the pipe, and off it goes.
Oh, wow.
You gotta like catch it.
Oh, yeah, you gotta catch
Yeah,
that.
you gotta catch it. You don't
Tell you
catch
how
it.
they feed the pipe. They take a little notch in it, and they put water in it, and then they hit the pipe. It's pretty soft.
It's kind of like when you tear a coupon out of a newspaper. You make a nice weak spot, and then when you pull on it, it tears along the weak spot.
I'm sure you said this earlier in your demonstration, but how long have you been doing glass for?
Me,
Yeah.
personally,
I'm sure you said this earlier, but
45 years.
45. Wow. What do you think the easiest? Oh, actually, hold on. But like one of
What's the easiest thing to make?
yeah,
A Christmas ornament.
like a Christmas ornament, like a bubble. Stone. Yeah.
Money.
Um,
Less money actually. No money. Yeah.
um, one quick question, too. So, looking at some of the Del Chavulli stuff earlier, they have the piece hanging up inside the gallery there. How long would, like, I mean, obviously it depends on the size, of course, but a lot of those are different colors. Is he making them the one little strand one at a time and then connecting it all, or how does that work?
No, they blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. They heat up a chunk of colored glass, and they coat each bubble with whatever color they want it to be.
Oh, okay.
And those big hanging Chihuly things, they're all it's made in pieces, and they hang on a metal armature.
Oh, okay.
That's sort of like an upside down Christmas tree, and they put one of these bubbles on each of the things until there's so many of them you can't see the armature anymore.
Okay. I wasn't sure how they did that. So I've always looked at it, I'm like, how would you fit all those onto something, or is they all like one big glass rod in the middle?
It's steel. It's
Steel,
a steel
okay.
armature because
Yeah.
those things are really heavy, and then they just put all the little squiggly parts on each of the little arms.
That is so cool how that thing that's got there, and he's blowing on the end of it.
You have to work like really, really in sync. Are you like having to like talking back and forth, or do you have to talk about all this like?
They're talking. You can't hear them. They're giving each other instructions. You can't hear them from where you're sitting.
Okay.
So you are talking. And then we're also
No,
all these
I
guys.
like when Sarah, because I've been watching the new ones over here. They're starting when Sarah, when she initially was starting the small pieces, she handed it over to them. They start working on that right there. You have to watch them when they're starting it over here, which is really cool to watch.
These guys, each of them has at least 20 years of glass blowing experience. They're all real top-notch professionals.
That's cool. Everything I see. Oh, God.
What kind of like cloth are you using in these?
It's newspaper.
Oh, it's newspaper.
Folded up wet newspaper.
The rack that
Yeah,
they're using.
I thought it was
I
rags.
thought it was a rack too.
Yeah, no, it's newspaper. Is look guys, newspaper.
Oh my God, that's newspaper.
It's not a rag.
Yeah, I thought that was a rag.
Yeah,
Just folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water.
that's
Oh my
so
gosh, that
cool.
is pretty cool.
Sarah has a little compressed air gun. When she blows air on one part of the glass, that cools it off, makes it a little stiffer. And as we blow, The hotter parts expand more. The cooler parts don't expand as much. So we can control how it blows out by cooling it or heating it. Do you guys have any questions?
We're just down. That's what I was gonna say.
Well, we live in Dallas. They're in El Paso.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we're very close, Texas too.
So this is going to be in Fort Worth. You actually see the real thing. They're intending to install it in October.
Now this glass is sort of silicate glass, right? So it melts. What temperature does it melt at? Centigrade.
Glass, it's called soda lime glass,
Yeah, sort of like glass.
and it doesn't really have a melting temperature. Glass just kind of gets softer and softer as it gets hotter. It doesn't have. You sound like are you a scientist or engineer or something?
Material science.
Okay,
I
so
don't
it-
tell it's pure silicone.
What?
1710 degrees centigrade. And then when you add stuff to it,
Well, it doesn't have a distinct phase change.
no, not with soda lime glass.
So yeah, so it's just the hotter you get it, the softer it gets. We keep it at 2100 degrees. At that temperature, it has the consistency of honey.
Oh, okay.
But there's no exact melting point like there is with ice,
Yeah.
with metal.
Yeah, the point at which they're getting it liquid enough to work with.
Yeah, they're working between 2100 and about 1400. Which would be 2100 is 1150 centigrade, and 1400 probably be about, I don't know, 700 centigrade. We're working it over a range of temperatures.
That's quite a range to work with artistically.
Yeah,
Do they shut off the equipment at night?
we shut off the glory holes, the round ones, the one that we're just we're in and out heating it. The ones where we keep tanks of molten glass, furnaces, those are on 24/7.
So they're making it at what?
Can we put up the drawing of the acorn? Not the photo, but the drawing. See if we can get you a picture. It would be in that PowerPoint.
Because my question is, once it doesn't fit here anymore, that's like one piece, and then you let that cool, and then the other pieces just like are
No.
no. I don't know how to do it.
Oh, can we put a, yeah, keep clicking. It's the drawing part. Oh, yeah, no. Oh. Where it's drawings, click through the magnolia and the pine cone, and then you come to the acorn. Yep. Back up one. There we go. So the seed of the acorn, the part that sticks out, that's going to be made of glass. That's what you're seeing here. The top of the acorn is going to be cast in bronze, and it'll be a bunch of hands, cast hands. So this part will be complete. This will be the pointy part of the acorn, and the cap of the acorn is going to be made out of bronze, cast bronze. Does that make sense?
So how much weight can it stand? Because he was saying people are gonna stand on it. How much weight can it stand?
I don't know.
Was it?
I wouldn't recommend people sitting on it, but
I mean, I
shot on one of our glass panels by our elevator. Somebody shot it with a gun.
It's amazing. Tengo que decirte. Amiga mía, que lo hace. It's very amazing. Al baño, cuando vine con la compañera, let me go with her.
There's a little water fountain around the corner if anybody wants to get a little drink of water. No, it's big, but we made some giant.
Isn't it limited by the size?
If you look at the one that's off, the glory hole straight ahead, you see it has a series of doors. As you open each of the doors, it exposes a bigger hole. So once we open the last door, which we haven't done yet, that's the size limit to what we can make.
How did they used to make those glass water buoys?
This way.
Really? They had this in 1600s, whatever?
Oh, they had this in 100 AD. They first used to run on wood. They were smaller. The temperatures that you fire pottery at are higher than the temperatures we use here with glass. So, back in the ancient days, they used to make pottery so they could produce enough heat.
What's your favorite thing that you ever saw made?
This Czech glass artist made this canoe. Yeah. And it was, the way that he did it was so remarkable. He did the thing all in one shot. Boom, it was a canoe. You guys have any questions? So as we're working on the shape, thank you guys. Thanks for coming in. See, there's one more set of doors. See the edges of them? Once we open that, that's the limit.
He said you're going to make a couple of these, so he has...
Yes, we're going to make as many as we can. He's renting the studio for the day. We'll make as many as we can. And, we want to have extras. We're going to put them out in public. Maybe one will get broken, so they have a spare.
So he didn't do the magnolia here.
No, that's going to be mostly bronze, and the little glass parts he's going to make himself in his own studio.
So just the acorn here.
Yeah. He just needed this big bubble made. He needed to come here to make this part.
And how much is it to rent for the day?
Oh, I don't know. Probably a couple of $1,000. That includes heat as well. It's a lot, but So the next part of this process is to transfer the big bubble from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. Gabe is preparing the punty over on the right. We're going to stick it on the bottom. We're going to break the glass off the original pipe, and then we'll open it up to make this acorn shell. So they're going to wait a little bit till that bond is stiffened up enough so it can support the weight. We're making a little notch in the punty so we have a place where we can break it off. So Ben is going to take his tweezers, dip them in water. He's going to drip a little water where he wants the glass to break. Then we'll give the pipe a sharp tap, and off it comes. There's the water. So now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Yes, we made 3 this morning. We're hoping to make 3 this afternoon. You make something this special, it's best to make a couple of spares. Otherwise, somebody breaks it 10 years from now, who are you going to go to? So now we're widening the opening. The tool in Ben's hand is called the parchophy. It's got two wooden legs. We press against the inside of the opening as we turn the pipe, and that makes that opening wider. Hi, how are you guys? The furnaces stay on. The glass furnaces stay on. The glory holes, the round ones that they're in and out of, those are only on during the working day. But the glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. Those are only on during the working day. The glass furnaces, these where we keep the tanks of molten glass, those are on 24/7. We were making a giant acorn. Can we put up the acorn? Oh, no, we can't. Not right now. The man in the gray shirt is Clifton Crofford. He's the artist, and he's hired us to make this giant glass acorn. It's going to be part of a sculpture that he's going to display in Fort Worth, Texas. Can we put up the acorn drawing? So this is the drawing by the artist. The seed part of the acorn is going to be glass. That's what we're making. The cap of the acorn is going to be made out of cast bronze. So we're making the glass part today. So as we work on the opening, you'll see every once in a while, one of the glass blowers will take a torch and heat up the connection between the metal rod and the glass piece. We've got to keep that connection warm or else it'll crack. put a little water where we want to break it away from the metal pipe. The water will crack that joint, and just a little tap on the pipe will release it. We'll take it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and our artist, Clifton. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. We're working with an artist, Clifton Crofford, and he's hired us to make some parts for a sculpture that he's going to install in Fort Worth, Texas. We're starting the next one over on the right. That's Sarah in the black shirt and shorts. She's starting the bubble for our next acorn. We're making these giant acorns for Mr. Crofford. on the far right. Sarah's starting the next bubble for our big acorn. Today we're working for the artist Clifton Crofford. I don't know why they get a little Alzheimer's here. Can we put up the acorn drawing? So we're working on this sculpture by Mr. Crofford, and we're making the seed part of that acorn. The cap will be cast in bronze, but the seed part is going to be made out of glass, and that's what we're making right now. So it's 100 degrees here on the floor. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, we hit like 120 last summer. I know, they are. It's a lot for us weak Northwesterners. We're used to temperate temperatures. There you go. It says 100 on our thermometer right by the glory hole. It's a little cooler where I'm standing. The man in the orange shirt on the floor, that's the artist Clifton Crofford. He's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Sarah Gilbert working the glass right now. Nick Davis standing with his back to the audience. And Ben Cobb, tall guy on the far left. And Gabe Feenan, who will also be in there shortly. So Sarah's heating up the bubble. She's going to bring it to Ben sitting at the workbench. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Nope. Okay. So right now, Ben is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks and making a sharp notch in it. That sharp notch is the place we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his hands to shield him from the heat. Yes. Yes. You pour it into a mold. Well, it can be made of all sorts of things. It can be made out of plaster. It can be made out of foundry sand. It can be made out of graphite. It can be made out of metal. Anything that'll stand up to that heat. Uh, you just dump it out. Yeah. There's another type of casting called kiln casting, where it's like lost wax casting in jewelry. You make the positive out of wax, you pour plaster around it, and then you melt the wax out, and you have a cavity in the shape of what you want to make, and you melt chunks of glass until it fills that cavity, and then when it's cool, you just bust off the plaster, and you have your glass object. Colors of glass come from metal dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. You cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. That's what makes gives the glass color. When we wanted to make a blue bowl, we not going to get any smaller than it is now. It's going to get bigger. It's going to be like this big.
They blow air into it.
It's like a balloon when you. It's like when you blow up a balloon. If you blow air into it, it gets bigger. This is another acorn. He's only going to need one for the sculpture, but we're making some spares for him as well. So they're letting that bubble cool and stiffen. We're going to put one more gather of glass over that. Then we'll start to blow it up to its full size and shape. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills up on the big screen? So look up on the big screen. So those are things we've made from the kids' drawings. So there you can see a drawing and then the glass that we made from that drawing. No, they just added more glass. They just dipped it in the big tank of glass and coated it. So you're going to take it to the pipe cooler. It's a little trough. We're going to spray water on the metal pipe, cool it down, make it easier to hold. In this oven over here, straight ahead, can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So you look up on the big screen, that's what it looks like inside. There's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Have any questions? He's shaping it in a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. The tool is kept in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So the man seated to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating it as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. When they hold it down at an angle like that, the glass is soft and the bubble will stretch and get longer. So Nick, seated to the left, he's blowing as Ben shapes the glass. Does anybody have any questions? We're checking the diameter. We're going to attach a second steel rod there, just temporarily. This will give us, allow us to pull out a little point. We'll bust it off again. you guys have any questions? Each of these is a little over an hour, but as my friend Gabe says, an hour and 25 years.
Check out the annealing.
There's a little water fountain in the back of the hot shop. So if any of you guys are feeling the heat, you can always go there and get a little water. Also, our galleries are air conditioned. So if you feel like the heat's getting to you, go look at some artwork for a little while and then come back. Gabe over on the right is preparing the punty, Punty. Can we put up the PowerPoint?
Just kind of run through it. Didn't need to
You don't want it. You want
go
it
slow, but I will just give them one last glimpse of the whole process of the whole project. And it'll probably be about the time that we're finishing it up.
You want to say anything?
Sure. I got the mic, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this has been an incredible day. I want to thank the museum. I want to thank Ben and Gabe and Nick and Sarah for their help with this project. This is an honor to be here in Tacoma and to be at the museum. Thanks for coming. This is the 5th piece of the day. We've filled up that box over there. There's 4 of them that are already cooling, and then we're going to put the last one in this other box here. So what we've done is gathered and gathered and gathered and gathered and blown a big bubble and shaped half of it to the profile that we're satisfied with. And we're going to transfer that bubble from the blowpipe, which is what we're attached to now, to the punty, which is what Gabe is making over there. So we're going to make a connection, and for a moment we'll have 2 steel pipes attached to this bubble, and then we're going to break it so that we have access to the opening, and then we're going to get that hot and make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until we have achieved the dimensions we're really looking for, and then we'll put it away into the oven to cool down. There's a little presentation. This is a project that I was commissioned by the city of Fort Worth for. It's called The Seeds of a New Season. It's all about growth, and it's all about allowing the metaphors and the reminders of nature to inspire us to continue to work together and to cultivate a better world. So this is for Magnolia Avenue, so it's called the West Magnolia Avenue Project. And this was part of my final presentation. So as we get ready to make this transfer, I'll try to watch the screen and give you a little glimpse into these slides. The project consists of 3 pieces: an acorn, which is what we're making here. This is my family. That's my 100-year-old house in Fairmount. There's my Michelle and my Eleanor. Kevin McGeehee in the red, Brian Mason in the green, Tara Siegel in the black, and myself. We all work out of Seneca Studios School of Glass. So that's what this is on Magnolia Avenue, our little glass station. 26 square feet of glass blowing, flame work glass, kiln formed glass. We do a little gallery. There's 50 plus artists represented. Oh, I can watch the screen over here. Yeah, learning from the pro here. And we're in a really wonderful community called Fairmount. The Fairmount, it's a National Historic District. Seneca Studios' mission is to provide the opportunity to experience the tradition of glass as a creative medium through education, community, and studio involvement. We do all kinds of outreach programming. We do all kinds of public programming. There's lots of places like us around the country. We're growing, and one day we'll have a museum that will rival Tacoma. One day, we'll see. We do all kinds of cool programming. There's community events. We're gearing up for this October. We're going to host about 70,000 people in one day for the Arts Goggle. We do all kinds of gallery nights, and there's all kinds of really cool programming. So here in the shop, you can see we've got 2 pipes attached to it. They've attached the punty to the bottom or the tip of the acorn, and they're going to let that cool down and stiffen up and settle and then break it free. This is always a bit nerve-wracking to have 2 pipes, and one of them connections is stiff and one of the connections is a little soft. Tap it to break it free, and when it's big, you got to kind of help to carry it over to the yoke. And then in this moment, that connection's moving just enough where we can make some adjustments. So as it settles down, we'll heat up the other end, the opening that just broke, and then open that bigger and match the dimension of this little jig over here. So at Seneca, we do outreach programming and arts and culture. We do educational stuff. We do health and wellness. Glass is awesome. I mean, that's why you guys came today, right? This stuff is amazing. It's all about teamwork. As you can see, everybody here working together. And you can do some really incredible things with it. And people are often inspired and engaged with this material. So it's really useful. It's a wonderful tool to help people find interest in education or in creative expression. So wonderful, awesome material. The Seeds of a New Season is 3 components. There's an acorn, a magnolia seed pod, and a pine cone. These are just some of my early sketches for the application and the presentation. Individually, the magnolia kind of represents nobility and love of nature, perseverance. It's a really interesting tree, right? The magnolia is the state flower of Mississippi. Little tidbit. And it's all over the South. It's a really beautiful flower. It's big, it's kind of sloppy, but it's really fragrant. It's a cool flower. And in the middle of it, there's a fruit. And as that fruit matures and it dehydrates throughout the summer, it's happening right now, these crimson red, the color of these seeds, the seeds pop out. And those seeds are really cool. They're really beautiful and colorful. But if they were to fall and land on the ground, they would not grow because they're covered with a meat. They have this skin. And so they actually need another organism, a bird, to eat it. Otherwise, it will not have a chance. And so the idea, the seed is mature, but it cannot move forward without help, right? So it's about community. It's about how we need each other, how we rely on each other. And so the bird eats it, and it digests the meat. And then when the bird passes it in a new location, then that seed has a chance. And so in this sense, the seeds will be cast glass. So you can see in that illustration, there's some glass, some people holding hands, some people embracing. And those will be those seeds that are coming out. And those seeds will illuminate the pine cone, the original tree. There's lots of pine trees around here. And so the pine cone will be made, all 3 of these sculptures will be made of bronze and glass. And so the bronze will have small glass components in both the magnolia and the pine cone, but on the acorn, it'll have one big glass component. And that's why we're here in Tacoma, to make this big glass component to be that big seed. And in this sense, you can see the hands, and I cast all kinds of community members. I got the mayor, I got like a homeless guy, I got a doctor, I got a teacher, I got all the different people in the community, and I cast their hands and composed them to create the capule, and then here's the bubbles. And the bubble is going to be kind of multi-layered. You can see there's an inner sphere, and then there's another seed itself, and then this will be the largest of the 3 on the outside. And there's a little illustration of it sitting on the sidewalk. So that's about the scale. This is a little maquette. That's good. You can go to the next one. This is a little maquette of the process, and that's my daughter's hand. So I just made a small one with Eleanor's hand. And that's a cool little model that kind of helped me to tell the story and to land the commission. That one's actually made of copper and glass. That's a copper hands. I didn't have access to the foundry yet. So then you can see these other close-ups of some of the detail that I'm getting in some of the other bubbles. And this is actually a waste mold process where I blow this into a mold and then break the mold away. And I can get some really incredible detail. So you can see what the seeds of the magnolia and the pine cone might look like. This is Magnolia Avenue, and you can see the 3 stars are where the sculptures will end up installed. I've already put the foundations and stuff in, and I actually live on 5th Avenue right here in the middle. I live about 7 blocks down the street, and the studio that we work at is about 2 blocks out of this image too. So that's the way I was fortunate to get this commission, because I live in this community and I work in this community, and that's rare that a public art piece is made by somebody who actually lives and works in that exact same place. So it's been an honor to be a part of this process, and I want to thank the city of Fort Worth and the Arts Fort Worth, who managed the public art program, and it traveled all the way up here. So I want to thank the museum and Ben and the team here. It's been an honor being here today as we wrap things up. So as this continues, you can see there's part of the street, and that restaurant's not even there. It's a new restaurant. Our neighborhood just kind of keeps growing and keeps evolving. And then there's a few architectural renderings of how the pieces will sit on the street and kind of where they exactly fit and land, and how the footings were poured and where the electrical comes in. So there was quite a few challenges to get the commission and get the project. That's where the Acorn will go. That's an old Mason's Lodge. This is one of the oldest buildings in the neighborhood. It's built in like 1904. It was a big, huge building at the time, one of the biggest in the city. This is where Blake got married. Blake got married right there. When we came out of Blake's wedding, we walked right out in front of this building. Do you remember that? You were there, brother. You were there. So I'll let this go through, but I want to thank you guys for coming and for supporting this, because it's all about the team, right? And y'all being in the rooms helping. So thanks for being here. Again, I want to thank Ben and Gabe and Sarah and Nick for today and the museum and access to this incredible facility. And I got to thank Kevin McGeehee for being here with me, and to Tara Siegel. We've been working together for well over a decade at Seneca Studios, and it's fantastic to come and work with the people you know and love on something that's so important. So I want to thank them, and Brian Mace, who came along and has been helping out along the way. So thanks to the team, thanks to the community, and thanks for the chance to talk. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Let's have a big hand for Clifton. Does anybody have any questions? So now we're going to open up the opposite end of that bubble. Where we broke it off, it leaves a little hole. We're going to spread that out, and we'll make our kind of acorn shape. The oven that they're heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. Brett. Soft-spoken. I turned it down.
This is the volume now?
Yeah. It's a new Chris feature. pressing against the inside of that bubble to make the whole thing wider. As we work on the opening, another one of the glass blowers is keeping that connection between the sculpture and the metal rod warm so it doesn't crack. When we use the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can just soften the part of the glass that we want to shape and leave the rest of the glass untouched. Do you guys have any questions? So I think we've got it to fit the fixture. We're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We'll drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture. The water will crack that joint. And a little tap will release it. And into the annealer to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and Clifton. Thank you all for coming in.